Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Neo Contra. We're back in our Republic. Hopefully today we cross over the two waterways and start building our MegaCity. That would be nice. We'll need a ton of gravel to get to it. I don't think we need that road yet. I think that one can be paused. That's fine. It's something they can do if we're done with the, like, once the people actually live here, but we need this road kind of. And then leading into, well, our area. Passing the Rubicon to reach the capital. It seems like it. I'll build a fire station outside here. All of this is temporary, but I think a fire station on the outside will also be helpful. It will be a temporary one. Once we have a district area with the shopping permanently, then all of this is going to go away. Also, I'll also have to have the occasional steel train come through here and run into the steel mill to pick up steel, basically. Not sure if that warrants another waiting track. How do I do this? Oh, I can just set up an exit signal here, and that's where they route towards. I have to tell the iron and the coal train to use their respective tracks. So they only use their two waiting lines, not more than that. If we ever have more than two large trains running for this, it's going to be important. I'm tempted to build a large orphanage inside our auxiliary settlement and see how it affects the population stability. More housing will get up the population also, but I wonder if more, like a large orphanage could bring up the general population growth, because the two small orphanages are not enough. So I will do that. I want to see what happens. Plus we have time. We're not in a rush. We're not in a hurry. Although people might disagree. Okay, so we can get a road connection through here. Lovely. Just population growth, no loyalty requirements or anything. Maybe even two. Just go crazy on it. Sure. I mean, I will plan for a second one. I won't build the second one yet, but we'll see. Might be overkill. Who could tell? You know what, I'm just gonna stack them up like this. If I need more, that's fine. We'll try that. In addition to our increase in housing, I want to try and see if we can fill these flats with very terrible pollution through winter, with like a more consistent amount of people. Right now there's no one moving in here because I told them not to. We should fill up the other houses first. But yeah, I'll build like 2 of these large orphanages and see how it goes. Oh, there's the second maintenance office. Okay, cool. It's showing up again. Because more consistent population would mean more workers in the distillery, for example. And also easier to populate the megacity from. Those horse carriages are taking a while. Sheesh. Speed. No. And yeah, road construction will have to wait, so I guess we will build the other side then. Otherwise the road construction is gonna do nothing. Could deactivate it, but might as well double track into the city since the steel mill is supposed to be hooked up on each side of the track. And it's the main line. And then we can finish the coaling station and build through the coaling station further with the train tracks as well, because our first delivery is gonna arrive here for the citizens. I still need the water purification plant. I really wonder... There's probably gonna be a road through here. So this is all temporary, but we will have a road through here and hook up another district on this, I think. This is all temporary. Maybe the fire station's gonna move. High density. High density is fine. Too much. Smooth. Need a loan? I do need a loan. Thank you. Ends up well enough. Then maybe a park area here in the future. This one could be shopping, but then we would have issues bringing the people to it, I think. This could maybe also be a bus stop in the future. Right now I'm not really planning for one, I guess. That's fine. A little bit better than before. There we go. Just getting a baseline settlement running, of which we can then plan and build what we need. Still need culture building and sports facilities, but for running the settlement with an overflow of workers, it shouldn't be too bad, although it might make a lot of crime. We'll definitely need a larger police station too. Sheesh. Didn't bring all the asphalt. I'll have to do it again. More dumpers, maybe? I did move a lot of them. Sure. For asphalt. Expensive, but it's fine. 30,000. What footpaths are you on? Oh, right, sure. Is it all of them? No. Okay. Also the other houses, of course, but finish the road construction to the new residential building, please. The orphanage, right next to the train platform. It's gonna replace the existing 2 orphanages, and then we'll have another one next to it, I think. See how bad it gets for them. And how good it gets for us. With the increase in population growth, I think we're gonna do fairly well. Loyalty-wise, we're full. I'm trying to switch over more houses to give them more room. I think every very loyal person is currently leaving the Republic, which is not ideal. So move in here too. I mean, we can build up like an area of very loyal people in this location for sure. If we do notice that the orphanage is not at capacity, then we can use it for loyalty boost. And having more loyal workers work in there is better anyway. Less loyalty drop. Monuments might be able to get the orphans boosted up a lot easier. Not that many students anymore. 43% loyalty. Okay, let's go back to loyalty requirement for the school. For the teachers. Since we ran through all the students. Almost full on steel, then the train will only import for the rail construction until we start using it up again. Once we have people living in MegaCity, any further construction will go a lot easier. We will not be able to build roads, footpaths and pipes and everything until we have our own bus platform in the area. You know what? Just take out another loan, it's fine. We'll need water purification, like I said. Didn't say it today yet, but I said it last time. $240 cubic meters. It's gonna be a bunch of water pipes coming out of this. 240 cubic meters for the big water well. Depending on if I hook this up with a road or not, we can have water trucks pick up water here for the coaling stations, but I don't think that's going to be relevant. I'll still plan for it though. I think running a water pipe in the MegaCity is going to be fine. 2 large water pipes will give us about 200 cubic meters of water, which will give us about 4 pipes with 50 cubic meters of water that we can plan for, plus or minus. Because we're going to be using medium water pipes leading into the city, because we only have medium sewage pipes. Don't want to overwhelm them with too much running water. From the water well to the water purification plant, we can definitely have just 2 large water pipes. We'll need 2 water pumping stations in the future to make this work. A single one can handle about... It can handle over the capacity of a large water pump, but... a large water pipe, but... yeah, not 2. At least not from my knowledge. Now we can have a second water pump here in the future. And these ones can then also distribute like unclean water to other areas. Like the coaling station. That would be clean water supply, and we can use trucks in the beginning to, like horse carriages, to bring it to water substations. If we wanted to. Which we do. It's gonna be faster to set up. It's almost right, but not quite. I don't know. Here should be fine. Sure. So, basic water supply. Still need water substation. First one could be fed by running water. We're not going to do that because of reasons. Heating will go away at distance here, which is fine. A water substation would be able to reach every structure from this area except the heating plant, so we'll probably build it in here instead. And we'll try to keep our water pipes along the roads, basically. And I might use water towers, because a water tower will allow me to merge two water pipes into one connection again and then split it up again. So we could put down smaller water towers everywhere next to like junctions, so there's like a water pipe coming in from the right road and one from the southern road. They both connect into the water tower and then they go back two different directions if we want to. Which would like, if like one water pipe has like 60 cubic meters and one has 40, we could rebalance it back into 250 cubic meter pipes. And make it more like a water grid. Because later on, at the end of those water connections, there could be another water purification plant. One water connection is from the existing water production and then the other one is from the new water production. If one has a problem, the other one could help a little bit, leading to a not immediate death spiral for the population, hopefully. Start things off here. Everything is connected. And we'll have a sewage discharge, I think, somewhere in this area next to the construction sector. But I will want a water treatment plant, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll have to... If we have a water treatment plant, I can also have a sewage discharge on the outside here, just into the river. Problem with that is just going to be the path into the sewage discharge, which we had issues with previously. Because the river here is not really made for having sewage discharges in place. I might have to bring the terrain tool out again. That one was quite useful in fixing the issue when it like collapsed this water path into just land. Could even fix it underneath the bridges. Bridge is done. Excellent. Hello, deviate fish. Welcome. In the beginning, the horse carriages will be close enough where it looks like the traffic jam is too annoying, but that's only because we're building relatively close. For building in the settlement, this will basically just spread out the vehicles. They're not taking too long. No more steel unloading. It's gonna save us some money for now. Okay, both Aug settlements, please. Thank you. You can do it. Excellent. Deliveries. Alright, looks like they're on their way. Let's bring some workers onto the construction site and then do the same thing again for the bridge. Oh, we can put a sewage discharge here. I think that will work alright. Just build it with like a dirt footpath and yeah, horse carriages will have to ride to it until we set it up with a pipe in the future. As a temporary one, this will do alright. But nothing on this island chain here. This is a bit too far. No heating. No water and sewage, so this side will stay open for now. I have to put in some more shape with the roads to not like just build the houses to define the city, but I want to follow a road connection ideally, so it doesn't all look like a grid. Then we change the orientation off of this, and then we have another road section on this side, and we might need a heat exchanger out here to extend our reach, or we build more heating plants. We'll have to see how much the heating plant is struggling to keep the heating maintained. And the pollution. Pollution is going to be pretty bad. Allow more workers onto the construction side. We got one residential building that finished up. Higher education, low loyalty is fine. We got one for high loyalty. Higher education only. And then I guess you can be basic education, high loyalty. Or higher education, that's fine too. Okay, sufficient teachers at this loyalty requirement. Let's go for the university too. So we can push the teachers over 50% loyal, like the future teachers over 50% loyalty. Yeah, these small orphanages are not great. Too much loss. The workers not arriving fast enough. Yeah, that's the laying brick phase with the pillars. Okay. Can't have two laying brick phases, I guess. Oh, Jimmy. Welcome. Come on, we have a lot of highly educated workers living here. We should be able to run the police station. But I'm not forcing them to work anywhere. They should be able to do this. education. Don't want them thinking for themselves. Well, our education has a 3-tiered system. Tier 1 is like basic teachings, so 10%. Everyone gets like a basic dollop of general education, math, linguistics, language, stuff like that. And 5% on top is specialized education, so newfangled technologies like rear or mid-engine horse carriages. 5% on that, and the rest, 85%, is on propaganda. That's the way how it should be. I hope the fire station is in range. Should be. Has to protect the coaling station. Yeah, my next MegaCity is probably not going to start in the center of the map. I do like the idea of starting a MegaCity at a customs house right away. But we'll have to learn how to deal with pollution, because the next MegaCity, if it happens, would be everything inside the city somehow, even industry. This is like the test city for that. Can we make pollution work inside the settlement? I think it should work. I hope it does. But no guarantees. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. Are you making this game more challenging for yourself than it has to be? Absolutely. Building in the city center with horse carriages and trains is very difficult. I mean, the first 3-4 episodes failed. We had to restart because it was so difficult. It was too much. Does it mean if you wanted, you could make a perfect map? I don't think there's such a thing as a perfect map. Because for me, I value like prettiness more than efficiency right now. So I'm trying to break the rules of workers and resources, where you don't pollute your citizens and you don't do this and don't do that, and try and disregard that to make a more realistic looking settlement with a steel mill in the center of the city. So the city ideally would have workers in walking distance of the steel mill, which is not quite here yet, because I want to have a bit of a core before we start bringing houses closer to the heating plant. Around the other side, basically. I want to have people living here first. Then we can try the pollution. But yeah, there's like different approaches to perfectionism. There's no such thing as a perfect city. You can't have a pretty city and make it fully efficient. Because like the most efficient thing is like everything in a circle, which is very hard to do. Because everything in a circle would mean that the center of what you want has equal distance to everything around it. But workers and resources doesn't do circles much anyway. Everything is like a square shape, and it depends on how you're like aligned. So, like not a police station, a heating plant or like a monument doesn't have a radius around it. It has a square around it. So it has like a range, 431 meters, and then in a different direction, suddenly it's only 370, and then in another direction it's 380. And that's because it's the grid. So it checks it based on the grid. So you get to the line of the grid, and then all the way down, you're connected. If you go to the next square, it's not connected anymore. and then you get to where it stops, wherever that might be. And then you can do the same thing to the left. Like here, we're at the outermost edge. Can't go right, can't go down. If I go slightly to the left, the line gets shorter, but I still can't go down. Go further left, can't go down. So it's all like a rectangle, a square around the buildings. So the most optimal settlement is like one that is like perfectly rectangle shaped, I guess. But then again, you also have things that you want to focus on. Do you want them to have like most efficient free time? Do you want them to have the most efficient work time? You have things to balance. Always end up with grids in city builders. I'm a coward. Well, that's a easy thing to happen, yeah. What I do to try and like prevent that is to lay out some roads first. So I started with like also building a grid. Not quite a grid, I mean I have some, I'm trying to throw in some diagonals, but it's a grid. And then I was like, okay, no more grid. We have a corner here, put a corner here, and then we can start building houses off of that shape. It can be a square again, like this can be a grid again, but or like rectangular, I guess. Or maybe angled or something, but having the roads there first to guide your building instead of building the houses and then the road connections and footpaths afterwards helps you define a more distinct shape first. Waiting on the concrete delivery before we can start. Oh, I need to assign it. Need to assign it. There you go. Ugh. I need an asphalt and concrete plant here. Can't wait to have the construction sector in the area, I guess. I try to, like, I find it difficult building cities with, like, curved roads. Everything curved and pretty looking. Once you start using long, high-capacity houses, it gets difficult. The smaller houses, like with residential buildings of 40 or less capacity, it's possible. Or the taller skyscraper-like things. I mean, they're apartment blocks still, but... Lost condition for the run is bankruptcy. Or whenever I feel like I can't recover. Otherwise, if the MegaCity completely runs out of people and I still have money or loans, I can try to repopulate it and get it running again. It's not like MegaCity dies and it's over. I hope this experiment works. Everything is an experiment these days. But yeah, once you have people living here, like building onto a city is way easier than starting one. So starting one with small capacity buildings, having like 500 people living in an area with a small heating plant. It might be annoying to upgrade it, but it's way easier to build onto the city than building it completely from scratch to the capacity you want, in my opinion. If you are more like the planning type, then of course you would like to plan everything out in the beginning and then start it and then let it get built, and only start populating it once it's done. Or after you've placed everything, you see that you forgot to uncheck the that people move in right away, get citizens checkbox. And then you placed like 50 residential buildings and you have to go through all of them to uncheck that. No problem with heating. Everything's fine. It's a little bit low here, but that's okay. I mean, if this was real life, it would basically go into the first stop, reverse into the second one, and go out forward again. Or go into the first one, reverse into the second, go into the third, and then come out of this forward driving. Both would be an option. Probably have a park-like area between these houses, the housing blocks here around the water well, sports facility, cinema / culture building, and maybe some greenery or outdoor sports facilities and such. This is going to be more housing. One shopping center for now. Multiple grocers are a possibility also on the outdoor area. I'll probably need some grocers in these housing blocks. Make them work. And one here maybe. Now I'm gonna leave that open for water pumps, I think. Water pumping out of the water purification plant in this direction onto the main road. I think wait. I don't remember if a small water pump can handle... If it could handle a medium water pipe or not. I don't remember that. I think it might be around 50 cubic meters that it can handle, depending on the water pipe diameter, I guess. Why are you getting so few workers? They're all going to the hospital first, I guess. And yeah, the whole megacity is gonna be like a big quote-unquote playground for reworking it, fitting new stuff into it. Bus stops with horse carriages are gonna be a horrible way to transport people around. Trams would be more efficient, which means we have to kind of fit like tram stops in the area, which this could be a location for a tram stop. Plus a repair station and a tram end station, maybe. But I'm not planning it out with that in mind. We're building an old style settlement where everything is kind of supposed to be in walking distance and then suffer through it. Look at that, houses in walking distance of the steel mill. And if we make this an asphalt footpath, or better yet, a brick one, more thematic, can reach even a little bit further. Then the orphans can also reach. Perfect. Meaning to ask, to make one line with multiple bus stops, does that mean automatically spread the people wherever they need to go, or am I better at just making direct connections? Well, if you make a bus route, either a circle or a back and forth, whatever you feel like. You have a residential area, you have a commercial area, you have another residential area, you have an industry of some sort, and so on. People from the commercial area get loaded on the bus, and then they go to this area, and you unload and reload. So most likely you will unload a lot of workers here and load no one because no one lives in the area. Maybe you'll load some passengers from the commercial area. Then you go to the next one, residential area, it loads for the industry. However, if you have an industry as a second bus stop right next to the after the commercial area, then you might not get any workers for the industry because you unload all the workers at the commercial area. So it depends. Like, I usually have like an inner city bus route that distributes workers inside the city, but I have dedicated bus routes to critical infrastructure. If you have a heating plant on the outside, for example, then I make sure that one has a dedicated bus route with no stops in front of it, so the workers go directly from pickup to destination bus stop, or dedicated into the building. People just work wherever the bus takes them? Yes. Depending on their education level. If the building needs higher education, then people with a... Okay, it's drilling time again. It's been a while. Fun times. Exactly at 12 o'clock during lunch. Perfect. But yeah, if they require a higher education and you only have basic education on the bus, then they can't work there. And they don't get off the bus. You can force people off the bus with the transfer checkbox, so they unload. And then they'll wait at the new bus platform for an hour. And if there's no work or no pickup, they'll walk to local work, or try to. And if they can't, then they'll just disappear. Unless you assigned the platform to send people to a specific building afterwards. Then they also can walk to other bus stops, basically. Right, okay, so it's not as in reality that the people will just get off whenever they want. They get off the first possibility they can fulfill their demand. If the demand is working, or if their demand is getting food, or the demand is going to a cinema. Depends on in what mode they're in right now, and what they want. So, if I pick up a worker here with higher education and I drop them off at the next bus stop and they see there's a workplace open, be it basic or higher education, I'll go to it. If they find a workplace with higher education on the bus stop, they will prefer that to one with a basic education. I'm gonna be muted for a bit, because apparently lunchtime is the perfect time to do woodworking. So the workplaces around said bus stop reach their capacity, but people just travel through it then. Yes, they do not unload if there's nothing for them to do, unless you force them off the bus, like I said. So in the best case scenario, your bus route is always full with people and just distributing them across everything. But then you have a lot of people sitting in buses, maybe not doing anything. But having the bus route stuffed full of people is usually the safe approach. Game never stops making my mind blow. Join the club. I mean, you did, but join the club. All of these things might change at some point. Like, you might decide, okay, I don't care about this anymore. I want to build a settlement with the fewest amount of workers, so everything should have a direct route. I'm going to precisely guide where everyone goes, and I'm not going to have any quote-unquote dead, like, non-working workers on buses anymore. They're just driving around all the time. Oh, I just realized we could also plan for a cableway station leading the workers from the MegaCity towards the center, like the steel mill. So we could build a cableway station here and carry them across some way. Not every area needs that, but if we have like a lot of housing over on this side, we could bring them to the steel mill. And then they would even be further away from the pollution. But yeah, this is the run where we ignore all safeguards in regards to pollution. I'm still not going super crazy, but I mean we have a heating plant here and a house here. It's not something you'd normally do. Hello MegaCity 56, welcome. Are there any maps with hills? Yeah. The most difficult map you can play, I think, is Eastern European Hills. Default map. Yeah, MegaCity 56. Just joined. Moderator here. Mega Monkey, were you here yesterday when we chased tornadoes? That was so much fun. Might do that again today. God dang woodworking drilling. I hate it. Hello, Berlinus. Outbrook looked interesting. It did. It was fun. It was very sort of one note. Like you really need to be in the whole like weather phenomenon of tornadoes. If you just want to like drive around and chase after tornadoes, it can do that. But it's sort of like Left 4 Dead in that regard. Like, if you enjoy the action of driving through rain and chasing a tornado and getting good like pictures and dropping a drone and maybe almost getting sucked into a tornado like we did, was pretty bad. Siberia map has some fun hills. Yeah, Siberia map is a DLC map that also has hills. And the other one is New Horizons 2.0, which I really enjoy. It has a lot of flat areas and a lot of hills. So you can start in very different areas depending on where you choose to start. Paralyze Twitch. It's going well. We're trying to cross the two water paths here, so we can start building towards the MegaCity 19 center. And have some people live in the center, so everything else will be easier to build. Trying to shift over from the auxiliary settlement to the center of the map. Sort of. It's waiting for asphalt. Concrete. And then we have to build the brick bridge and then put asphalt on top of it. And they're bringing the concrete and asphalt from the border, so we're waiting on horse carriages for that. Which are here somewhere. There's the concrete. So expensive building everything. We need more people soon. I mean, gotta be careful with money. Feed them and they will help with a smile. I'm feeding them alright. I'm feeding them loads of patriotic lies. I wonder how many orphanages we can fill once we have a settlement inside a heavily polluted area. Yeah, they get fed here. We have a food factory. And a distillery. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. The horses? Yeah, they eat crops. They eat our food. Or what we turn into our food. We'll mix it with water, mash it up a bit, get rid of the shells, and then it's our food. Gluten-free. Yep. This was meant to say grain feeder, but I was too lazy to type it. We need the road leading to the food storage, basically. Steel mill and unloading for the coal is also needed. So, well, only coal right now. There we go. That we can unload coal into. And this is where we can pass them to. Tell them go to the signal, and they will only use these two waiting blocks. It's all gonna be one way. Say gluten-free, cause no crops production now in Republic. No, no crops production. All imported. The concrete has almost arrived. I can't wait to set up the proper final construction sector to have my concrete and asphalt here. Sheesh. Like I said, we could build it on the... We don't need that much asphalt. I think I'm just gonna make a concrete plant. Am I? I didn't plan for bringing cement here though. No. No, it's fine. Heat? Heat is over here. Right next to the houses. What's cold waiting train? Gloves. A hat. Cement production is underrated. Yeah, it is. But I am worried we're gonna run out of money. So I'm gonna wait on that. We'll just let the horses run. No stress. Go get repairs. It's not too many, but they should be repairing down to 20%. Once we have people living in MegaCity 19 Center, at that point we have our fire stations staffed with local workers and everything should be safer. And expanding is going to be just a question of planning. Does game simulate reality? Which materials should use to produce cement? Sand, gravel, aggregate, and water, and some cement. Oh, you mean cement? I don't know cement. That was concrete. Cement, I don't know. Is it limestone and sand? Limestone, I think it was in there. I don't remember. Clinker. Well, you have the silliest words. I mean, like, you're calling East Portugal Spain, it's so weird. Was that too much? Money go up? No, it's going down. I just took out another loan. For this engineer of bridges, highways and harbor construction area. Ah. Therefore I use Spanish words. Nope. You're too far. Stop assigning yourself to construction tasks. Get out of here. What's the next research point going towards? Vitamin gummies, I think. I want to give vitamins to my population and see what effect it has on our auxiliary settlement. Well, we need to get 5,000 citizens in the megacity first, or wait until 1910. Because I did say that the auxiliary settlement and the megacity together do not count as the total population. It's either or. I have no idea what that word is. I mean, I never set that rule in the beginning. I might just revert it and say whatever. It's fine. It's not part of the low-tech rules. I said low-tech only, and the rest is we make it up on the go. Produce Poland type cement? Portland? I have no idea how that is called. Less rules, please. I want this run to survive. Yeah. I can't even do anything to cheese money because we don't have a connection to the western border. Okay. Alright, Berliners, I'll look it up, so you stop spamming the chat with it. Clinker cement. Yeah. Does exist in German. Cement clinker. Alright, I looked it up. Still missed the North Korea run. Yep. Unable to get close. Not enough workers in here, huh? So many dead republics. Hey, most of them are a success. My success rate is more than 50%. I'm calling that fine. Close calls crash of 2008 of construction. Okay. I don't know if that had a huge impact. In Tenerife, I guess it did, but no, we don't need that. You're not getting clinker as a material. Oh my god, the money is going down. I mean, if we're not building, we're making money. It's like the same thing like every republic. Always the same. Look how quickly we can bring the bricks here. It's beautiful. Also, Mega, if you weren't here yesterday, I think we will need some tornado emotes later today. just to get you like prepared. There were some people joining the game yesterday that actually had tornado emotes, and I was like, huh, I need those. I already have clinker. Exactly. We already have it. We got cement. There's clinker in that. I'm probably gonna go to the appointment tomorrow at 7:30. It's so early. I want to go to the gun range again. Political professions? No. I like... well... yes, but... video games, I guess. Can you ask to shoot mini nukes? No. I have to level up first. And get the launcher for that. I stood next to a Desert Eagle being shot, and my vision, like, I was like 1 meter next to the Desert Eagle, and my vision shifted when it was fired. It was ridiculous. It's like a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second, you just rang everything. This is what you feel missing workers and resources. I think I would like it if there were more options to affect your people. I would like more work modes for the secret police, basically. So instead of just gaining loyalty information, you could give them the work mode to boost loyalty at the cost of happiness, imprison the people with the lowest loyalty, force people to leave your republic with the lowest loyalty / happiness, stuff like that. So more to do for the secret police, I think. Other than that, that's like very specific. Other than that, I would need to think about it. Oh, now that you mention it, greater details in the finance report. I would really like if they added more variance to the market prices. So you run into the situation where some market prices drift apart from each other. So either like the US price and the ruble price go very far apart from each other, or the import versus the export price start drifting far apart, opening up opportunities for the player, and tying that into the event system from the campaigns, where other nations might do like trade deals with you. So, like, the market price shifts, food becomes worthless to export, but you get an event from the neighboring country that will agree to buy your food at a fixed price if you can maintain a certain amount of export to them, for example. Like, making the market more dynamic, giving more opportunities, and also events to deal with neighboring countries to like do like trade negotiations with. And research points, of course. Then we have trade deals and low tech in the game. Capitalism DLC. I don't know. I mean, if a market price for something crashes, I think most people would probably hate that. But you would give them the option to then lock themselves into a trade with the neighboring country to try and maintain the export. So the price crashes, generic exports to the eastern border are ruined, but you get the opportunity to agree to a trade deal that puts your export price to like either like a solid percentage or a fixed amount for the next year or so. But you have to maintain an export level per year. Yeah, contracts with other countries. Contracts regarding prices, basically. Prices change more drastically. So let's say, for example, the alcohol price starts rocketing up, the export price. But you get a trade agreement to... You can sell them for even more money, but you then agree not to export too much. So you're like limiting yourself. If you agree to that, you can sell that for like 2 or 3 or 5 years for a very high price. But you're limited to a certain amount, and if you start exporting more, then it's basically a breach of contract, and you're like paying some money for that. And if you just don't do that agreement and you just export normally, then the price will come back relatively gradually and slowly, like as per normal. But if you do agree to the contract, then the price will stay high, but you have a certain limit to your throughput. Sure, we can add low tech and no terraforming in the same update. I like. Terraforming per build orders would be another thing, but I think the engine would not hold that. Like if this had terraforming like Captain of Industry, that would be cool. But then I would also, another feature I would like would be the ability to slow down the progression through the ages. So this time scale modular, so you can slow it way down. So you spend like, instead of spending 2 to 3 hours in a year, you spend 10 hours in a year. Because certain vehicles are only available for a couple years, and then you get a lot more use out of them. And you don't just skip whole sections of vehicles, basically. I mean, I would probably slow that even further down. And then 1920 style wouldn't feel as bad. Or 1900 style would even be more ridiculous. Actual sanctions for selling uranium to Eastern Bloc. Oh yeah, sanctions could also be a thing, yeah. I wouldn't mind having some low-grade rural houses with no heating. Very low capacity, basically like 2 to 3 workers per house or something like that. But that's all like early start territory. I think the economic system could be a little bit more expanded with the event system and being making the market more volatile. So you had like a market volatility setting. So you have the whole global events, and then you add another market volatility. So the whole market events fall out of the global events. It becomes its own system. Market volatility you have like off, so the prices just stay normal. They change based on export and import. There's no events based on price goes up, price goes down. Then you have normal, and then you have volatile and very volatile or something like that. That I would like. Because then you could build a republic that focuses on shifting resources around based on market events. Like there might be a market crash, resources become really cheap, you disregard the negotiation with the neighboring country and gobble up as many resources as possible, which slowly brings the price back up, and then you just have a ton of cheap resources sitting in your republic that you might be able to use or sell at the next time. Multiplayer country system? I don't think multiplayer would work very well in this game. Cooperatively building a city I could see, but multiplayer with multiple settlements. I mean, if two people start with their own finances in different areas of the map, maybe, but I don't think the... I mean, how would you interact? Like, I guess you could shift resources to one another. So you would have like a warehouse that counts as a trade warehouse, and when you bring resources to the trade warehouse of your neighboring country or city, you deposit the resources that they can customize how much they want, and you get money for it based on market price. I guess it could work, but I don't think it's planned for that. Like, I mean, weirder things have happened, like Beam and G multiplayer, so who knows. Asphalt, and then the brick bridge is done. Timescale setting is clearly missing, yeah. Kind of a bummer. Long games kind of lacking because of that. It's like our perception for what a long game is has shifted drastically. Like we're playing like for an in-game year for 2 hours, and they're saying, I want this to be like, I want this to feel like I'm playing the Call of Duty campaign through in one go, like 8 hours, 1 year in game and workers and resources. But yeah, I agree. Timescale setting would be nice. I don't think they can sell a DLC just on that, but I would really like it. And the option to like give the player full control. So if they say, I like this era I'm in right now, I'm gonna click a button up here, and that just locks me in the year. So it'll still cycle the days, months as normal, but as soon as it would go to another year, it's going to be 1903.1 or something like that, like a sub-year of 1903, so that the statistics don't break. So you then have like a weird statistic display of like 1900 would have multiple like bars, basically. I don't know. Would probably be very weird. He said it's moddable, but yeah, it'll break stats. Yeah. I mean, I have the mod for that. We did use that to go back in time a lot. Or like events with choices. So there's a pop-up, epidemic is happening, what do you want to do? Do you want to like isolate people? Do you want to do a mask mandate? Do you want to not hurt the economy and just run everything as is, because you already have 21-year-olds in there without their own flat anyway? Man, this week has been workers and resources galore. I think the weekend's gonna be a a bit more diversity in gaming. I would like to continue with Cairn so much. I want to do some more tornadoes. I don't know if I want to try A-Train. I haven't bought it yet. I kind of want to try it, but it's way too expensive for the age of the game. Like, they're basically selling updates for A-Train. A-Train version 9. 3.0, 4.0, 5.0 now. They're selling updates. It's weird. Good week. Yeah, it was a good week. Does get a bit draining though. I probably, after this MegaCity run, I need a run with no rules, which is gonna be like chock full of challenges once we get started, but at least at the start there should be no rules. Like probably a village style run where I just like try and build villages and towns over the map again. But this MegaCity run, getting to the MegaCity center has been an ordeal. And trying to make pollution work. It's like that thing is like very risky. Can try Factorio, oxygen not included. We could go back to oxygen not included. I am also thinking of going to Factorio, yeah. Or maybe Anno 1800 could be some relaxation, I guess. I wouldn't mind trying Factorio though. Factorio coming soon party. That one is risky, but yeah. Multi? No. Definitely no multiplayer. At least not with Twitch viewers. Oxygen not included always makes me fall asleep. That's because there's no oxygen and you're suffocating. Why? Because then you might want to join and I'm gonna have to kick you and then I would feel sad. That would ruin the mood for the stream. I'm waiting for their next game, Away Team. But there was only an announcement trailer and nothing else, so I don't know how far away that is. But that one looked cool. More precise physics from oxygen not included with like actual combustion. Me excited. But then it said -1.2 does bright cost no social man. Good thing I don't have any interest in gaining social credit. The optimal way to play is to do nonsense. It's a weird game like that. I mean, it has real life. I don't like the animals in that game because they're all fantasy elements, but it makes sense. But yeah, I mostly do minerals and metals and stuff like that, and gases. And this doesn't put you to sleep, which is so weird. Because oxygen not included is way more fast-paced than this. The population is not doing well this year. Something's not right. Maybe I do need the free flats. I don't know. I'll activate them again, see what happens to the population growth. I guess they're only for low loyalty basic education workers. Keep them around. We'll have our new orphanage soon. And then we'll build a second one. Can I manage the clinker production factory? No. Yeah, let's play Bobs and Angels. That probably has that. I think that released for the Space Age DLC. Which is scary to think about. Bobs and Angels Kleber. I don't even want to think about. Kleber destroyed me last time I tried that. I would have to tackle it at my own pace. See if I can push through that. Final Fantasy Animals, it's thermodynamics bullshit that does it for me. Like, it has thermal capacity for different materials, but does not implement thermal machines. Compression does not increase temps. Also 1 gas per tile, means all sorts of silly stuff possible. Yeah, I mean, you can also just delete objects with energy and the heat just vanishes, so... If you want those systems, and I kinda do too, then we would have to go back to Stationeers, because they did finally add the ability to increase and decrease temperature based on pressure and vice versa. As a mod pack, you have to build all from water. Yes. I don't know what it's called. Island build or... No, sea something. Sea, I don't remember. Sea... I don't... Yeah. What are we talking? Sea block, yes, thank you. This is a mod or standalone game? This is workers and resources, no mods, other than restart it earlier than the earliest time allows. Everything else is default. Mostly early start buildings, so the early start DLC is included. Unless you mean the C block stuff, that's a mod for Factorio. I would have to get back into Factorio first before thinking about doing any mods in that. I did do Bobs and Angels in the original game, did never complete that one. Yeah. I think with Space Age there's so much content in it that I would probably not get bored for at least a couple hours. Would probably be enough. Haven't heard this song in a while. I just like it so much. Crestorio, Space Exploration, Industrial Revolution. Yep. I know there's more difficult mods than Bobs and Angels, but I'm not suicidal. What do we have here? Paving galore. We're almost across the water. Almost did it. Oh boy. Fire station first, then we can start building things up. I did remove the fire station because I built a road here. Fire station first. Space is alright, not too much autism to finish it in reasonable time. Good diversity too. Gleba destroyed me mentally. I tried to build up on Gleba and just got destroyed. Like, my brain was trying to wrap its head around the spoilage and couldn't do it. I mean, I just was incinerating it and it was causing aliens to show up, and I killed them, and then stronger and stronger aliens showed up until they started just running over my base and I had no defense. Yeah, but my brain couldn't comprehend it for like the first attempt. Yeah, that gas management stuff I have in games like Captain of Industry right from the get-go. You split water, and you get oxygen and hydrogen. You use the hydrogen to make something, and you just vent the oxygen back into the atmosphere or use it for something else. Or you burn off like a toxic gas, or you dump toxic liquids back into the water. And then you figure out how you want to deal with the byproducts. No, I was talking about Captain of Industry, not Factorio Space Age. Oh right, Captain of Industry train DLC. That was the other thing that was like on the list. Since we haven't really played the previous two versions properly. 9th of March, less than a month. One other thing I would like is to be able to copy paste the current paint scheme of a building onto other buildings, especially with the newer ones that all have like unified color schemes. But that would be a very difficult thing to do, especially if you think, oh yeah, this one's yellow, just copy paste it onto like, if it's slightly different shape, it's like completely different textures, I guess. And I would also like to be able to do vehicle replacement with setting which color they're supposed to have. So the automatic vehicle replacement I would like to define and be able to like replace vehicles also based on their color. So let's say we have like a truck. We made like farm trucks that are running in yellow or orange. And I'm selecting all the yellow or orange trucks of that type to be replaced by a different one, and they are also supposed to be yellow. Population dropped quite a bit. I think it's because the orphanages are way overloaded. And the shopping centers are maybe not receiving as many workers as they should. So people are getting cranky. I don't know why this is happening, to be honest. I mean, I can force people to work in the shopping center. This is horrible. Eight hours to get food. Sheesh. Another thing I would like is a free or slightly cheap bus stop that you can place. It's not really a bus stop, but think of it as a bus stop. And you deliver workers to it, and it builds all of the rail construction in its proximity. All of the buildings. So you deliver workers to it, and the resources are set based on which train tracks are in its range. So it assigns itself to the rail constructions in its proximity. So you can build tracks without rail construction machines. We're across the section of road, and then we can assign everything up to, well, the fire station, really. If I want a headache, I'm gonna play Shadow Empire again, which I do want. Second bridge done. Good. I think Berlin has put all the mods of Factorio into one game. It's just like, hasn't built anything, just looks at the recipes and is crying happily. Okay, let's see what the orphanages will do for us. We're gonna empty these ones out, put them all in here, demolish them. They're so inefficient. But only after we have the second one. Second orphanage incoming. Hello, Spanish Factorio team. I said you're using all mods in Factorio. Apparently you have all of them enabled, and you're just like started the game, all mods loaded, and you're just like crying with joy, but you're not actually building anything because it's too complicated. You know what? I hate these small orphanages so much. If they had some extra slots, so they would always stay full, so basically go over the worker limit, then they would be fine, but the way they work right now, not really. Favorite mod is Industrial Revolution? Okay. I don't think I've played that one. Oh no, I did have. It's the one where you have bronze, I think. I think we played that into the Iron Age and then stopped. Yes, I played that one, where everything is running with steam inserters. Ah, I missed it again, that one. Sure. Prawns, like shrimp? Alright, let's relocate the other ones too. Get these buildings emptied out and demolish them. I'm sick of these small orphanages. Like paella with prawns. I don't like seafood. It's like, I don't know if I should say what I think what I want to say, because it might get people upset about seafood. Like, probably not, because if you like the seafood, you don't care what anyone else says, but it's just my opinion. So, I'm gonna say it. If you don't want to hear it. Yeah, exactly. Like you're eating the ocean, the insects of the ocean, basically. And I don't run around and just chomp on flies right now. Didn't get... I don't know. But you make them wet and slippery and like slimy, then yes, oh yeah, delicious. Mmm. Ugh. I also didn't like that taste when I tried them, but that has been over 30 years ago. And I'm not willing to retry them. I do like paella without fish, yeah. Maybe a little bit of chicken meat in there, but also vegetarian is fine. But when someone says paella here, they always mean with like sea bugs. What's it called? Like ocean fruit, they call it in German. Meeresfrüchte. It's like, what the hell? That appetizing, huh? Another thing I would like for workers and resources is the ability to customize the work modes of buildings before they are built. That would be nice too. Famous shrimp fish, yeah. Oh, finally an orphanage that actually works. Gonna have so much capacity. Alright, give me like a meat truck and a covered hull truck, and I'll empty out the orphanages. No, you're staying here. I need you right now. Running low on food. Load whatever, wait on the second, and drop it into the warehouse. No, not the warehouse. Drop it into a shopping center. Then wait until unloaded for food. Octopus? Nope, also don't like that. It's another slippery, slimy food. Oh, garbage overfilled. Well, that's not good. Didn't think about that. I thought it was connected to something, but nope. Oh, you're eating babies, right? Okay. Berlinus is eating babies, guys. He said it himself. Hello, Pion. Welcome. Berlinus is eating babies. Hello, Zadlier. Welcome. Hello, Zadlier. Welcome. You joined at the right time. We're talking about eating babies. I finished the orphanage, no relation. But as soon as the orphanage was done, Berlinus was like, yeah, I'm eating babies. What are you gonna do about it? I was like, okay, sure. If that's what you want to do. The whole orphanage? I think so. I might have to build like a secret police or so to protect our orphans from Berlinus. It's like very dangerous here. That's why our population is struggling. Berlinus is eating all the babies. It's a lot of garbage. Well, this one's currently not connected to any garbage storage, so it's gonna make a lot of pollution. We need more tutors in here. Come on, guys. I don't want a lot of criminals. I want a lot of, like... I want a lot of children. What's the next racing? I have no racing planned. There's no racing ongoing in Race Room that currently interests me that I know of, but I have also not looked. Sometimes I go over the Twitch category and check if there's anything interesting, but it hasn't happened recently. So no plans. All of them are busy. It's concerning. Turkish News Republic calls not orphanage, and as a professional politic, he answers the courts. As Berliners, he eat babies. You said you eat baby octopus in Germany. It's in Twitch chat right now. I can ask ChatGPT for a screenshot if you want. Once. And then the regret and the guilt hit you. But what has been done can never be undone. Fire station, please. We'll probably need 1 or 2 free bus stops to make sure the workers get here. Off of the temporary construction office sector. But that should be okay. Let them do their thing now. We're getting towards the city. Meat is empty. Looks like the plan is coming together. We have arrived at the MegaCity 19 center. We're across the water. Now we're just building a gravel road to the first fire station, set up the fire station. I do not have a passenger platform here yet. That might happen somewhere on this side where we run a single train track along the road to like be able to distribute passengers around the settlement. But yeah, there's no direct connection for bringing workers into the MegaCity 19 center. We have enough train tracks to build already. Also, I'll stop bullying Berliners, I guess. I think I'm gonna set this construction office with workers now to auto search, so it can do whatever it wants to. As long as it's in this area, I guess. 3 kilometers should be fine. No more. I don't know if you can unload workers directly into the steel mill. I don't think so. Only resources. Which I find unfortunate. Because that would be kinda handy. Focus on these 2 road sections first. Then the longer one. Low priority. low priority, low priority. Do this one last. Any orphan we have is basically a life saved, which will maintain our population growth more stable. We just need to make sure we have enough tutors here. It is in walking distance of a lot of houses, even the ones that are currently not really populated much. But if it does work, and it brings the population growth up, then these houses will populate, feeding back into the orphanages as workers. I think the megacity, if this works, we'll have to have a lot of them. Because of all the pollution. Because our birth rate might be high enough to maintain it. But then we get an equal death for that birth because they didn't grow up to the age of 21 first. Okay, this orphanage is done. Everything is empty. Can get rid of it now. And there's the last bit of food in here. We'll get that one out too, and then yeah, it's complete. So we don't want a long train that wants to do a right-hand turn to wait on in front of the road. That'll solve that. Hello, Dentrasi. Well. Have to leave, have a nice rest stream, a wonderful beginning weekend, have to eat some small delicatessen. Enjoy your food, Berliners. Have a good start to your weekend. Take care. Don't get caught. Okay, I don't know, just go back to the distribution office, I guess. This building's gonna fill up during winter. I'm pretty sure. We'll need some monuments in the area for the loyalty. Let's try and maintain some money. Getting to the MegaCity 119 center, MegaCity center, it's going to be quite costly. I'm not building too much here anymore, but I would like to have 2 orphanages just to maintain and test the population growth idea against pollution. Don't think they care too much about like where they live, since we haven't really had the situation where our life expectancy went below 21 years. At least not in a controllable fashion. There's not enough monuments in the area to counter the loyalty drop at the moment. We're working on that.
I mean, the current monuments are gonna add 5.6% gain, which should be enough to counter the negative loyalty in here, which then would bring the orphans back up to at least around 30. The loyalty strat is working. 46%? 45. It's gonna go down a bit because we're gonna have more orphans making it through. But we've stabilized the loyalty situation again. Now with the increased birth rate it'll drop a bit. But I'm working on more stability in that regard as well. So yeah, I think like having a district here that's like a housing area surrounding several orphanages would not be a bad thing. We could basically make this a thing in the area already. Do orphans just disappear if there are no orphanages? Yes. Or if the orphanages are full. If there's no room for an orphan to go somewhere, it vanishes. It gets adopted across the border, I guess. Same thing happens to prisoners if they get released and there's no place for them to go. If we have a prisoner close to release on the next session, not right now. So now they're on serving a sentence complete. They go through one more work shift, they go through one more free time, and at the end of free time when they are done, they will check, is there a building that I can move into? Is it appropriate for my education, for my loyalty, and does the building allow me to move in? If not, they disappear, which is why I'm like always stressing about, have I made sure that there's enough structures where very loyal people can move into? Because otherwise they go away and we don't have a replacement. But also Kina, Svetlana, Yermolayevna should be able to find a house. There are several structures available. Also one next to the university, basically. What are you going to pick up here? There was a free flat. Okay, congratulations. That one has very little pollution. And you can work in the... in either... well, this one is basically for very loyal people with no dedicated work assignments. Makes me wonder what the best population to orphanage ratio is. Maybe 1k pop equal 1 large orphanage. A large orphanage should be able to handle 3k population if you make sure that there's no pollution anywhere in your residential areas. Like a large orphanage can handle a lot of people if you don't have like pollution. We have a ton of pollution in our settlements, so we're struggling. And it's gonna get worse during winter. Like, I expect this one to probably be full at the end of it. Then hopefully throughout the year it can empty out again and we'll have more next year. 3 to 5k pop per 1 large orphanage. With the conventional wisdom of keep your pollution out of your settlements, yes. And your crime. And provide enough water and all that. Like, yeah. If you have a lot of criminality, then you'll also get more orphans. because every time someone gets imprisoned, they create an orphan. But if they get before the child has grown up, they get their child back. You're not supposed to build that one. Cancel that one. Oh no. Not my distribution office. Oh, back here. Well, that's fine. Why though? Maximum speed, please. I don't think there were insufficient workers in it. Maybe there were. Yeah, that's not a big deal. We can rebuild that one. Does cost money, of course. I think that's the first one that burned down. We have the technology to rebuild it. Oh damn! Yes, we still have it. Yes, we can still build horse distribution offices. Of course. Just block everything, sure. Well, I guess you're from the distribution office. Need to make sure we keep bringing fuel here, I guess. Can't remove the assignment from the demolished building, but it is still assigned here, so that's good. Don't want it to be assigned though. I would like to relocate the gas station a little bit, since most construction here is done. I didn't know you could see the assignments from the collapsed buildings still present. That's kind of useful. Hello, Archer. Welcome. You're only doing maintenance. Stop auto-searching. You're set to 100 meters. Come on. Stop doing random stuff. Do you ever make redundant infrastructure in case of failures, like planning for a DO to burn down is extreme, but any other cases? That's only a thing you really need with earthquakes. But I have a lot of storages that I built in redundancy, so when... It's not really about burning down, but when the first storage runs out of food, there's 2 more storages afterwards before the shopping center gets affected. In this settlement it's only... Well, first we run out of crops. Or food. And then once the food warning is triggered, we only have the food left inside the grocers, basically. So normally I have like... The food gets delivered to a warehouse by train. It goes into a secondary storage that then use the distribution offices. And those distribution offices then bring it to the shopping center. So first the train warehouse runs empty, then the distribution office one, then the warehouse, then the shopping centers. That's my redundancy for distributing food to important infrastructure in the settlement. Food is very important. But in other cases, I guess I have like overlapping heat exchangers and water redundancies, but mainly because I don't try and min-max those. I just build them where I think they seem the most sensible. So you can see we have water and sewage here. We have water and sewage in this area, and they provide an overlap for most residential buildings. Come on, garbage storage. Need to make sure that the orphanage doesn't become a health hazard, which it currently is. And I might need more waste trucks. No, waste trucks are fine. Apparently one is heading to the orphanage right now. For the megacity, we will have to have some redundancies, but they will hopefully happen organically. I'm not going to plan for them, because initially it's going to be an old-style settlement where catastrophe is kind of like... Our birth rate is hopefully high enough to go through all of them. But as the city grows, the city density grows, we might have to like move the heating plants out and put heat exchangers in place and do other things. Segment it more into industrial areas, like commercial, industrial, residential, commercial, industrial, and orphanage were the four zoning types for our settlement. The orphanage district, yeah. I believe the MegaCity 19 is going to rely heavily on orphanages to push through the pollution, but this is going to be what we will test. Like, can we push up the population past 2,100 citizens now? Maybe not the first winter, but maybe on the second. Presumably we're going to have a ton of small to medium heating plants just dotted around the MegaCity 19 center. I'm not sure if every will have the coal delivery by train, but they might. So might have like a smaller train coming in here that then heads off of this point and goes into directions to a heating plant on this side or here. And then it goes over here to a heating plant and then it returns back out of the area, unloading coal if it needs to in this location. Or just waiting until unloaded for coal on the last heating plant. So we'll have like 2 heating plants per train. Are children born with 100% health? I assume so. I don't know. Hmm, 77? 95? Don't know. Probably depends on where they are born and the pollution in that building, maybe. But I have no idea. I was just looking at loyalty instinctively. I guess not. Probably not. Alright, pollution, do your... No, don't do your worst. Have mercy. I need to tell people to work in the shopping center, it's ridiculous. Songs of 6, I can get my children to average 4% health. Ooh, nice. So much health. I mean, I can get my people to 0% health if I really want to be mean. But yeah, it's November. Pollution will be in full effect momentarily. Hello, Lucky Leader. Welcome. It would suck if the orphans start dying to pollution. It only reduces their life expectancy, But I have not seen a life expectancy less than 40 years yet, so they should be fine. Your waste storage is up. You're not dumping your waste inside the building anymore. It now goes externally. What do you mean? Oh, that road isn't done yet. God dang it. Game, you tricked me. Build that short section of road, please. Or just have this one, I guess. It doesn't like being close to a power line. It's so bad. But yeah, hopefully this year, during winter, when a lot of people die, we can take in their children and maintain a healthy bit of population growth. Productive age workers going down. Yep, babies. That needs to go up. That children needs to go up. And the other one doesn't matter. These two need to go up. A little bit worried about the amount of workers getting delivered here. Also, where's our fuel delivery for the area? Is that the only gas station? No, these two. I did assign fuel deliveries to those with another distribution office. To not let the open storage burn down, it would be pain. It's fine now, right? It should be fine now. Chemicals. Steel and chemicals. I'm really worried about our food production being so low. I'm gonna run out of food momentarily. Everyone work in the food factory, please. People are dying because of poor health and pollution, at least the children won't. That's how is you. How goes the things? Is the game progressing well? Hello, procrastinator. Me is good. Things are going well. The game is also progressing. We're making progress. Not so happy about the financial situation, but what can you do about that? Those are just things of the game, I guess. That'll always be there. Yeah. How are you doing? Hope you're fine too. Let's see if we can run 2 orphanages here. I think with the worker count, each of them needs at least 120 workers, which is 2 buildings. That's 140. So it should be possible. You know what? I think my workers here are too stupid again. Work here, and then anywhere else. Make sure the kindergarten and the shopping center are staffed. Because this is ridiculous. I'm amazed that no one has like collapsed their like happiness yet. With how bad this shopping center has been staffed. That will hopefully reduce unemployment. Lots of capacity in this kindergarten. Age 32, finished university education at 76% loyalty. Let's go. You got 20 years ahead of you. "20 productive years, hopefully." It's Friday and payday. Can't be a bad day. Can still be a bad day. But there's more positive elements than negative elements, similar to our Republic. For most people, it's a good day. Can be figured out. I'll still be able to go home tonight. Buying extreme situations. Oh god. Hopefully not. Hopefully no. I mean, hopefully you can go home and no extreme situations for you. In the future, I would build this with a cargo platform for 2 trains parked at the same time. And an external waste storage for the ash to go. So I would probably in the future set up the incinerator with a rail platform in a way that looks something like this. Hazardous waste gets directly unloaded into the incinerator, doesn't cause pollution. The ash can go in here. There's always room for a lot of ash to be created, so hopefully enough capacity for 2 trains to fully unload and burn into this before they start loading. And then they can load ash through both factory connections. I don't know if that's going to be faster, but would be worth testing to see if you load through multiple connections, if you're loading or unloading is faster. With the additional setup time, how much simple deployment? Minimally. I mean, the road connection for the cargo train station would be on the other side, which causes a bit of a problem. But the benefit would be, it would be a lot more robust and we could use the full capacity of each train. Large dump with a rail is good, yeah, but that one causes pollution if we... I mean, we could use it for the ash, I guess. Yeah, if we just let the ash go into that, don't let it drop hazardous waste into it, just replace this whole setup with, like, this building. I don't like that the road connection is between the two train tracks, but I guess that's what you have. In a pinch I could have the road connection around on the right side and get rid of this. So after unloading and loading the ash, they always go to the coaling station before going to the customs house, for example. But yeah, I would not let them unload hazardous waste into a dump like that, so close to a settlement. That's just asking for trouble. Yeah, maybe the extra deaths are basically because the person with poor health is dying and their children. So if we're taking care of the orphans, birth and death rate might be fine throughout the year, even with higher pollution. How much does it cost though? At some point it's probably definitely going to be worth it to like switch over to no pollution in the settlement, but I think in the beginning, maybe this is like the easy option. What is the ash degrade time like? Is it possible to have enough capacity that it never gets full of ash? You can dissipate ash locally completely, but not with a single dump. Especially not with hazardous waste imports. Like if you luck out and you have hazardous waste that doesn't have any metal or construction waste in it, I wouldn't export that ash. I would just pick it up from the incinerator and spread it out amongst the several dumps. Like 3, 4, 5 dumps, and then if I need more, just build more dumps in it. Can basically use a distribution office for that. And I do recommend the larger dumps. These ones, because they have more dissipation rate once they start getting full. You can build a ton of these smaller ones, but they're horrible. I think they don't... Like if you put like one waste dump, like one waste delivery in either, it looks like they have the same dissipation rate, but if they start like getting to 50% being full, well, first of all, this one can hold more than twice as much waste, more than 3 times as much waste, but it'll dissipate at that point a lot faster. And yeah, also you don't need to build the factory connections. That also looks silly, I think. Just we can place them really close together and then use a distribution office to dump into them. But you gotta make sure it's clean ash, nothing else in it. Otherwise you're gonna end up with waste piles that slowly fill up with whatever other waste there is in. Come on, doctors. Healthcare. Well, it's not filling up through winter yet. But our population also isn't dropping. Monuments aren't done yet, so the loyalty is getting to 0 and staying there. Once the coaling station is done, we'll resume the rail construction. And I need a power connection to the MegaCity 19 center before we have our own energy production to get things started here. So I'll have a transformer somewhere here, and then we can run power lines off of that. Probably next to the heating plant and the fire station in the area. And once we have local power production, we can get rid of this high voltage wire later on. Not right now. It's all temporary. Can be janky. It's fine. Permanent power lines will probably be all underground. It's gonna be a power web instead of a power line. So this power switch to power switch to power switch, like 4 power switches all cross-connected to each other. It's gonna act like a larger power line. And if we need capacity, well, we'll have to research electric pylons, otherwise it's gonna all be limited to 5 megawatts. In the beginning, I guess that's gonna be fine. But not for very long. I assume that the workers can make it to all construction sites here, which shouldn't be too far. The workers going to the new fire station is a different topic though. I mean, I could also unload passengers with a train platform further along. But it's only supposed to be here until we have the first house running. So I think a train platform would be overkill. Yeah, food production and alcohol for profit. We're struggling because of lack of workers. Another hazardous waste train would be the easiest way to improve profitability. So we have 3 trains running, but then the customs house is going to be really busy with those. But we don't have that many other trains going to it right now. Uh-oh. No, that's fine. That's fine. We are going to get to the limit of that thing. We just want to make sure we have ideally 30 plus workers in here at all times so that we can get as many orphans saved as possible. Oh my god, the fluctuation of this. I basically have to build the orphanages in the megacity in a way where only very close houses can send workers to it, no one else. So no one from like over here decides, oh yeah, I'm gonna work in the orphanage today, and then they walk over here. In the meantime, the children are just... I'm gonna be so disloyal when I get released from the orphanage. You don't even know. I'll have to build the orphanages in a compound fashion, I think. Encircled with like fences and minimizing the footpath connections to it. I guess if we had a bus platform here, the workers would probably arrive at the orphanage a lot more efficiently. If we can allow the people to pile up some workers in the area. Maybe that's the way to do it. Have a bus stop next to the orphanages, where there can be workers waiting to like work somewhere. So the chance of someone deciding to work in here that's very close is a lot higher. Instead of walking over to the train platform and then back to the orphanage. I'll have to keep that maybe in mind for my MegaCity planning, because I haven't put a bus stop down at all yet. Not the priority right now. All work for the people living in the MegaCity is local at the moment. Once the steel mill comes online, that's when we have to worry about people going to another workplace. I'm gonna try it here. We're gonna put a bus stop in the area. Doesn't need to be anything specific. I don't think we're gonna have more than 2 orphanages. I'll just put a small bus platform for 230 workers in the area and see how that alters the worker count for the facilities. Is it new that parked trains can actually have their engine running? Because I don't remember that actually being a thing. That was like a suggestion at some point. We'll get rid of this signal. That's a terrible idea. That makes it all into one block. That's bad. I mean, it's only doing it for this one, not for the other ones for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh my god, let the horse carriages through, like what are you doing? Sheesh. What is this? Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem. When you return, you're gonna go into your own yard, into the other sector before going to the customs house. So after unloading stuff over, you'll do a return trip. Somewhere here. And then you're not going to have to wait at the chain signal. We can get past this a lot easier. And that should be safer. As soon as this train is past the signal, you will start moving. And we have less of an issue with our passenger train running, which is taking care of our fire station next to the very important construction material storage. I always need those running, they have like high priority, so get off the main line. And if you have to park somewhere in the area over here instead, where you are like already anyway. And unload meat too. Coaling, sure, you're allowed to do that. Do the workers make it here? I mean, this one they should be able to. I think just now we don't have any... I think, okay, they're just still building this one, the coaling station, pretty much. Lots of steel. Sure. How's the steel price? Yeah, still over 1,000. I don't see any work already being done on those. I hope the construction office workers make it that far. 3 hours left. surely no problem. It's like down the road and then you're here. Should be able to get there within 2 hours. Although with 2 hours to spare. And then all the other construction should also be in range. Yeah, just having like unemployed people is not enough to run the orphanages at a reliable rate. So maybe even with the default ones, if we had a bus stop next to them, maybe they would work a lot more efficiently. Especially if we would say no one is able to access the orphanages any other way than work like from the bus stop, which is like right next to them. That way you might be able to keep them full. Basically putting down no pedestrian signs and getting rid of the footpath leading directly into the building. Not planned this way. We'll just see if the bus stops helps alleviate in general. Occasionally there might be a worker walking from far away, but I just want it to be functioning better. Okay, get our rail construction office. Without having to scroll over there. And start building the new train tracks. I hope this thing doesn't burn down. We won't fill it with coal yet, because that's going to be done by a train running through this area. Delivering the coal to the heating plant. Unloading here first, then the heating plant. So at most it's going to unload like 20% into the coaling station. So it always should have some coal left when it goes to the heating plant. Even on the first trip. Okay, work is being done. We had like 414 work days. Now it's down to 407. Not a large amount of workforce ready right now, because they're still using that to build up everything in this area, I believe. We will have to assign construction offices over here, so they bring concrete. And asphalt in certain cases. Those poor horses. Oh well. Genius bus station worker loop. Well, I'm not planning on having it be a loop. Just that people like more often than not walk close to the orphanage, basically. So we have like a supply of workers here, and don't send them directly to the orphanage, but the bus stop instead. Around 2,000 citizens. I mean, like high-level gameplay, I think would also be just selling electronics in an area that is running your radio station to only get people with a radio loyal, and those people with a radio would be other people with a higher education running your school system and your university. So I think you should be able to like use electronics in a sensible way that isn't too expensive, but you have to like kind of forbid most people from buying electronics, which leads to more ideas in like how to lay out a city. Didn't completely fill up, but it also didn't have enough workers to be completely filled up. Maybe it'll have that soon. Loan payments are 52,000 rubles per month. We definitely don't make that much money. Especially not if we're building the MegaCity center. But profits, if we're not building, are looking good. Could have used a free bus stop, I guess, to test it. I don't think there's going to be anyone walking to this area, unless we assign houses to force them to go to the bus stop. Yeah, the escape rate is like marginal compared to our birth rate. We're providing well enough for our citizens. It's the death rate that we're worried about. 4,000 to 4,000. Nice. 4,000 births, 4,000 deaths. Two more brick deliveries, we'll have our second orphanage, bring resources to it, and then everything will be fine. replace this corner with this one, and I think it'll look a little bit more natural. Because whenever the train is running through here, it looks super weird in my opinion. Money's going down quick still. Loan repayments and all that. Well, are you gonna bring food? No, clothing first, obviously. And meat. Don't bring food first, that would be silly. I'll be fine. So now we should have enough loyalty here to actually start boosting the loyalty of the orphans. Even if they're at 0%. It should be going upwards now. Yes, at the end of each free time, they'll get the loyalty tick, whatever is in the orphanage. But I think it should be high enough in general to counteract the negative loyalty of the orphanage, of the amount of monuments we have. It might not be enough still, but I'm getting there. We'll get there. Sorry, you're not loyal enough to go to a university. It's your own fault. Let's try and minimize the loyalty drop. Yeah, seems like there's some balancing going on in the orphanages also with the workers. Oh no, that's not true. I did assign 2 buildings to send all workers to the orphanage. Never mind. And those assignments should probably go to the bus stop instead. That would be more reliable. Although the walking distance from this building to the orphanage is better than from the bus stop to the orphanage, I guess. Hello, Leipheimer. Welcome. Apparently they're not getting any loyalty from waiting on a platform. Teleported back home. If you get over 4% loyalty, then I guess we have enough, but doesn't seem like that's the case just yet. Oh, 1.5 we can deal with, that's fine. Can you show me your distribution office? Oh, when you collapse it, it still says 20 out of 20. You can only set 20 connections. That's currently in the public beta. If you get the public beta, you will have 49 connections. Let me make a screenshot of that. That's not a critical bug, but still. Currently testing a new version, so if you get onto that, you will have some new features, like also a smaller rail construction office and some other things. But yeah, it's a beta branch, not everyone's cup of tea. Control wants me to set 37, which is with 20, can't. I am not aware of the tutorial wanting 37 anywhere. That is interesting. You sure it doesn't want you to build a second one? You can have multiple distribution offices doing things. I mean, if you're on the old version, the game doesn't know about 37 yet. At least it shouldn't. I don't know about that one. Maybe you can report the issue in the official Workers and Resources Discord, which you should be able to find under this link. You're welcome. Yeah, road construction is ongoing. If I build the construction office for the worker pickup really close to this bus platform, then there's a very high chance that most workers don't even make it to the other waiting platforms. So I'll leave the construction office vehicles further away, just to make sure we don't risk this area losing stuff to a fire, because everything in here is kind of critical. Or really hard to deal with if it burns down. Like, if the gravel storage burns down and we have to carry all the waste away, it's not going to be so fun. Wait a minute. No, everything is assigned correctly. Exciting. No. Hard disagree. That would just be annoying. Exciting if it doesn't happen. Well... exciting if we scroll over it, we see a fire and they extinguish it. Then it might be exciting. More tutors. Am I running into the situation where I get like a lot of highly loyal people that are disappearing? These buildings are almost full. These ones are filling up. Well, I mean, you're also not filling up, and you're accepting any loyalty higher than 50%. Make sure the shopping center is full. At some point I'm going to run into the situation where the heating plant doesn't get any workers because I've assigned everyone to other workplaces pretty much. This is terrible. You know what? Just work wherever you want. I should not get started into micromanaging all of this. Also shouldn't need to micromanage this small shopping center. But I think it's all due to us not having any grocers in the area. Yep, that's gonna be very bad on the loyalty if I don't assign workers. Send them all to the bus platform, I guess. That's not gonna work that well. Making them stand around for an hour, wasting their time. That is not working. I mean, we need the houses to be filled with citizens. And then we have an excess amount of population that wants to wait at a platform. But until then, the platform is not going to serve a huge purpose. Let's cause chaos in our population distribution by relocating a ton of workers to this area so that the orphanages hopefully get more workers. But I'm sure that there's going to be other deficits afterwards over here. But this house is really stable. This should keep its population and, well, it should recover its population. Especially if the orphanages are running better. You're dealing with the shopping center, kindergarten, hospital. That's fine to me. Okay, so heating plant. I mean, mainly I want a house and the shopping center with a rail connection. The heating plant could come afterwards. We're just gonna try and make some people live here in really miserable conditions to try and build this up with people living in the area. So the only thing they will work in is a shopping center. They won't have any drinking water until we get to that construction, and sewage handling is gone, no electricity. They'll have to build the heating plant and the electricity first, I guess, if they want to survive winter. I mean, we'll bring all the materials there before we start moving them in, but they'll have to build it up themselves. I hope the fire station... Well, there will be a fire station next to the heating plant too. This footpath going across the road into the heating plant fire station area with the power connection. And one building is what I want to start with. And of course the shopping area with the resource deliveries by train, meat, food, and other things later on. That's how it should start. Yeah, this is all pretty much low like priority, but sure. I guess we'll bring water to the coaling station. Because once we start bringing supplies to the area, the coaling station must kind of run. We might have one aggregate train car on the delivery route for the citizen goods. Just so it can bring its own coal to the area. Not having a bunch of 21-year-olds ready and waiting is so weird to me. Yeah, it is very strange. It's unusual. It's like because every settlement built in workers and resources strives towards optimal efficiency from the get-go, so you always have like maximum population growth. That does lead to interesting issues, like if you don't build crime handling up very early, you run into issues with that. But if your population cycles quickly, then crime is not as much of an issue. Except if you want to go for high loyalty. I hope the supply of workers to the fire station is going to be reliable. in this area too. 2 free bus stops should do it. Till the first houses here. Optimal planning. Yeah, I don't like that anymore. There's so much to worry about in the beginning. So I'm trying to explore other options. Now, can you have suboptimal planning in regards to pollution, but not like deal with that relatively easily? Not have to handle it right away. They're handling 20 workers right now, which is about what the small orphanages would have also done. But they can't really keep extra workers in there, so they just struggle with it. I hope we can improve the amount of workers in the area soon. But every person in here, every orphan, is a life saved. So they can work until the ripe old age of 50. Once they start moving wherever they want to go. Probably somewhere that accepts people with a very low loyalty. Yeah, I would have to think about how to set up the train platform with the incinerator in a different way to have it like running quickly. I could use like a larger train platform even that has the footpath out a different direction than this one. Just so it's easier to connect. Like this one would be way overkill. Takes a ton of concrete. But you could build that and then say, okay, we can use that one and also hook up more incinerators up to it later on. It's ridiculous. And then you could make it with 2 lines, Getting the trains to arrive on one line, unload the hazardous waste, wait until unloaded, go into a parking space, and then return to load on the other side. Load on the other side, the mixed waste. I don't think that makes much sense. I think using both lines for unloading and loading at the same time is best. And just using another factory connection to load the ash from a storage like this would make the most sense. Would have to be tested, but I think it would work better. Happiness went down a bit. Electronics. 46 low government loyalty. That's fine. So yeah, low government loyalty reduces happiness too. And yeah, I'll carry the people however far I can, but then we'll make them walk the rest by footpaths, I guess. And this is probably a bad setting, because every building is set up to use workers, so instead of assigning it to other buildings, I would just assign it to work in the fire station at that point. And then assign other buildings manually if I have too many workers piled up on those bus stops and I want to use some of them to do construction work in the area. When's the first bulldozer becoming available? '21? No, 1913, but that's western border. Would need a harbor for that. It would help a lot with the road constructions. And footpaths. I bought a bunch of dumpers when I still had some left. God dang it. Oh well. I need to check vehicles and depots before I start purchasing more. We got dumpers, 2 refrigeration vehicles, 1 open hull. That open hull can go into a construction office, I think. Maybe the other one that's got some spaces still left over. What the hell's going on here? Oh no, wrong vehicle, wrong vehicle. Go back, out of here. Hello, Captain True. Welcome. Money stable now, or are you still borrowing? I'm still borrowing, because the inflation is just increasing. And I'm doing a lot of construction work. I mean, we're making money, month after month. It's not paying back all of the loan repayments. But yeah, when I'm full on constructing, then I'm losing money. There's no small harbor and ship we could use to get stuff from the west. I don't know if I want to run a ship from here. I mean, we could. We're like in the area where we could set up a harbor here, of course. YouTube playing music and not playing music at the same time, it's glorious. Oh, I think the YouTube player crashed. That's cool. I guess I'm just gonna reload the website then. Alright. Still buying a lot of railway tracks, you know it. We have to connect our warehouse for the resource deliveries and the coal unloading station, which is also serving as the unloading station for the steel mill in the future, although this might be rebuilt at some point. This is gonna be expensive. Yeah, that's too long for that section. I'll probably turn off and go somewhere in here. Depending on how the housing situation will work out. People are not going to be happy with lack of water. And healthcare. There's no healthcare here yet. So yeah, this is going to be like a bit of an operation for the people moving in and trying to build all of this up. We'll use our brought-in workers as much as possible to get things built, but at some point I'm just gonna say like, okay, the house is up. We got food, we got meat. It's early in the year, just bring them in. They live here and do construction work until they can't do it anymore. No one's allowed to move into the MegaCity center yet. So even if the houses get built, they don't get to move in just yet. Quality of flats, 49%. Not great. I guess that's what happens during reconstruction. Higher education over 30%, very good. The more highly educated workers we have, the higher the chance someone goes to prison and gets released with super high loyalty. And if we then make them live somewhere in the area where they can work in the school or university, they can distribute that loyalty to the majority of our population. Build that section of track, please. I really want to get rid of that corner. There's a limit to how curvy train tracks should be, especially if it's very, like the smallest curve you can have. I don't like it. I like these wider curves a lot more. Feels more natural to me than trying to do it Factorio style. Once this is done, we can remove the other corner and that'll be fine again. Can still go any direction from anywhere afterwards. It'll just look differently. Other trains should also be repaired at 20%. That's gonna cause a couple trains to get repaired now. First the shunting train, I guess. Not too expensive. Mostly worried about these ones. At 8%, that's not too bad. But what about... Oh, the Prussian ones are not that worn yet. Okay. Only mechanical. Sure. I'll need resource deliveries throughout the repairs because I did not build a warehouse here, I built a medical university that we haven't even used yet. Population growth looks better this year. Thanks to the orphanages. No migrants recently, just trying to figure out what works. And I think if all of these houses are filled with people, then we should be able to maintain the orphanages relatively stable. Maybe some excess workers at the bus platform, meaning that they can walk into the orphanage to work there relatively quickly. The loyalty of the orphans is now not dropping down to 0 anymore. With the extra monuments, it is trending towards 30% at least. Let's ask for very high loyalty inside our school. I want the school children to get the best education the government could want. And since there's like a lot of open spaces here. If there's a building that doesn't have any assignments, a residential building, it sees this and it's like, oh, there's not enough teachers in here. Do I have enough highly educated people with enough loyalty to send some over? And the answer to that might be yes. Problem are going to be the buildings that are like forcefully sending workers to other areas, like the prison with the tons and tons of very loyal people I have there. I think I'm going to prioritize the school now, because the school has the highest loyalty requirement, so if you have anyone that can fulfill that loyalty requirement, send them over. And that will generate school children with very high loyalty. In addition to the prison, of course. I would have assumed you would have filled those needs, but I guess you don't even have that much loyalty. 80% is pretty high. Well, we should be able to do it, at least with the most teachers walking here. If they have a known loyalty. Maybe 80 is overdoing it. Why are you complaining about food and meat again? Let's not go so high, let's go 60%, I guess. And limit it to a total of 5 workers, staff, and teachers. Slowly bring up the amount, I guess. Teachers with higher loyalty can still work in there, but it's not a requirement yet. I don't want to run a backlog of students at the moment, of pupils. Looks like the rail construction is probably... no, not done yet. Alright. Demolition work next. If there's enough room in the rail construction office to even do the demolition, I doubt it. So we're gonna have to delete some materials. I'll shift some storages around. Yep. I'll monitor that one because the rail construction office is always shunted full of resources, which could lead to issues. I think gravel we're gonna be fine on. Steel will probably have no room, but that one we will just have to correct. I do not want to delete steel. Every ton is 1,000 rubles. I'd rather delete some boards, I guess. No room for gravel either. We'll get rid of some boards and store the steel in that room too. What was our setting? I don't remember. Twice as many boards as steel, and then bricks, sure. This looks better, I think. Demolishing rail is annoying to me. I mean, the main issue is if you overfill the rail construction office with resources, but you kind of want that for the ones building. I wonder if it would make sense to have a dedicated small rail construction office that handles the demolition. Alternatively, you need external storages so they can dump the resources outside the building if it becomes an issue. We'd have to be demoing lots of track to justify an entire office. No. The small rail construction office is very compact and relatively cheap. This one doesn't have an internal waste storage, which makes it really annoying to demolish stuff with. But the new, very small one has an internal storage of 50 tons of mixed waste, so that one will work quite well. However, it doesn't hold that many resources, so this one is probably terrible to use for the very long track builders that can carry tons of resources, because it only uses the resources directly inside the rail construction office. Transferring resources between buildings works better for me. Okay. The rail construction office is kind of weird. It automatically sucks resources into itself if you deliver them next to it. So if you have an open storage here, it sucks the resources into the building because the track builders only use resources that are directly inside the building. But yeah, I also haven't thought about like how to optimize it correctly yet, because I don't really do that much rail demolition also, but that might change here. Sometimes resource stuck, sometimes don't flow. Get 0 gravel in that construction center. This one? 870 tons. The one at the border doesn't have any because we're importing it. I have not decided to make my own gravel yet. In Oak City you clicked before? This one? Oh, this one? Yeah, I unassigned the gravel assignment here from this because they're supposed to only bring asphalt from the border to the map center. This one does have it though, for local construction. And the train just consumes like a ton of gravel whenever the construction train moves out. In between the resource delivery train brings the gravel to it. This one. So that should work all right. Different construction offices have different assignments sometimes, and some might complain about lack of gravel, because they're not supposed to handle gravel. Looks like that road is done, and they are building this one. That woman screaming when clicking on orphanage. Yeah, it's distinct. It's you remember that sound. It's not too annoying, but that child screaming. That's how I remember kindergarten, I guess. Annoys me. Yeah. There are those noises. There's the brabbling inside the small party HQ. The coughing inside the hospitals. It's like... There was a time when the demolition sound was really loud. What sound annoys me the most? I don't remember right now. There was one. Trying to remember. Have I not built the building because it annoys me so much? It's just general noise. That's very quiet. And the monument sound is very distinct too and very short. Dogs barking. Airport? No. I don't remember the airport annoying me. Was it the kindergarten? It was the kindergarten. It's like that high-pitched scream that is worse than the orphanage. Oh, I hate it so much. I think the kindergarten is worse. Is that played with airports? Yeah, we had airports before. Apparently some people don't know about it and constantly kept asking about it, but then stopped and started asking about Anno. "41 years old. Come on, you can finish your studies. I believe in you." I saw one stream that chat trolled streamer for airport. I had one in MegaCity 1. Where in the beginning I started flying people towards the map center to build up the first heating plant, but that was kind of like, very expensive. I mean, running the aircraft, the fuel consumption was very low because of passenger transportation with very small capacity aircraft. Just to make sure the fire station kept on being open, but then at some point we had to do the maintenance and it was a bit weird. Kindergarten is exact streaming from playground under my house. Yep. I'm not saying it's not realistic. I'm just saying it's a terribly annoying sound. Oh god. It's like this at the end. Okay, sure. Okay, we found the annoying sound. I already blocked it out of my mind, but at some point I was doing a lot of like testing with kindergartens and yeah. Yellow card, yeah. Stop it. Other than that, I don't think there's anything... Oh, wait. Wait. I think the construction, like the sound of a active construction was very annoying to me at some point from a building. But I think it was because it was way louder. Yeah, that sound. That sound was like super annoying to me at some point because it was louder than it is now. I don't know why it's that sound. Okay, groundworks of the fire station, very good. Logic of developers annoying me most? No. Incorrect. That is not correct. We can find more annoying things. Like it is, I think, possible to run sewage pipes underneath water like this. Unless that got fixed, but I was able to run sewage pipes basically underneath this and it worked okay. I don't know if I should try that right now on stream. Normally sewage should always flow downhill, but there was a way to place it where it didn't have to abide by that. And that was kind of annoying, but a different kind of annoying, not a screaming children in my ears kind of annoying, I guess. Yeah, the orphanage has like that little peak, and then it peters off. It's fine. It's like a teenager, I think. But the kindergarten is like just 3 high-pitched screams with a rolling R scream at the end. When I tried to understand how things work by them myself, it was something. It was fun, wasn't it? Oh, it was so much fun. I wish I could forget everything. No, I don't want to forget everything about workers and resources. I'm still learning new stuff. I don't have time. More stuff to learn. Okay, population grew quite a bit. Let's see if we can maintain that momentum. That bodes well for the MegaCity. We just throw like 3, 4, 5 of these large orphanages down, and every time one of them gets over 50% capacity, we build another one. I was angry? Were you angry in the way of like, I'm gonna give up, or were you angry in the way of, I want to understand this, stop fighting me so much? But you still wanted to push on, and it made it so much more rewarding when you actually finished learning it. And then something else didn't work, and you were like, God dang it, this is fun. This is how it was, right? This is how I like imagine my first experience with workers and resources was, when it clearly wasn't. It definitely wasn't that. Okay, we got some workers waiting here now, which is good. After they're done waiting, they might decide to actually walk to an orphanage if it's got a workplace free and it's the closest option that they decide on. I mean, I could force them to work in here, but alcohol kiosk is fine too, I guess. That's a lot of people drinking alcohol. 17% alcohol addiction, it's going up. Now what the hell is going on and why is it working like this? You see, that's the thematic integration about planned economy. It's very thematic that way. In city skylines, everything is working butter smooth, and then you get hit by like issues under the hood. Here, up front, this is how it works. Deal with it. Make it work. Yep, this building's filling back up with citizens. Very good. I'm gonna relocate a couple more. There we go. If there was angled tram station like the bus station. Oh, the one with the L shape? Yeah. Just gotta get creative. I mean, if it's directly in the road, it's like the optimum, I guess. Problem is, it doesn't allow you to turn around inside the station, which is probably what you're like looking for. Or just like not have an entrance and exit here at all and just like loop it around somehow. You could probably also go to the workshop and just find someone who made the exact tram station you want. Especially because trams need road for turning. Yep. Or you can just slap an end station at the end of it. Like, but then that of course also takes a lot of space, but it helps with line spacing. Tram end station, they're not under train. Like you can go tram stop into tram end station, and then that's done. And then you have a waiting area with a potential for also doing tram repairs at the end station if you want. But this is like larger than... Is it larger than a tram U-turn? I don't know. What's the smallest tram U-turn we can make? That's about the same size, I guess. A tram about. Which can be used as a turning around point. I could try and supply the heating plant with coal by distribution office first. It's such a long trip. But if we have very few houses, just a shopping center and one residential building, then it's probably fine. I wouldn't rely on it though, like it seems way too dangerous. I'll have to build another train soon for the goods deliveries. All resources are here to finish the fire station. Road construction is ongoing. One more section of road, and then we'll have to try and see how far we can bring the workers by horse carriage. Can bring them into this bus stop, fine. That's going to be the fuel for the local area. Once we have some fuel here, we'll try our luck at bringing workers to the fire station. Start building up a pool of workers in between those bus stops. And if we get that running reliably, then we can start building the settlement. Yeah, we're not buying everything, we're just browsing. Four horse carriages, please. How many free buildings do you have? I mean, you could build. Depends on the free building. Like bus stops are limited to 15 or so. Construction offices are 15 now too. Open storages and gravel dumps you can build an infinite amount of. Waste storage is only 5. Like, it depends on the building type, basically. Once you try and place it, you see it. But yeah, I could unload... If this doesn't work, then I'll put the bus stops like further out and unload them here. And then they walk their way along some bus stops to their destination. So that is definitely a plan as a workaround if this is too far. Maybe I should just build a food kiosk. And like a building to move people in. No, I think the warehouse was... I mean, the food supply is going to be there. The temporary food supply is going to be there for a while. Until we find a proper location for a rail delivery area. But the location where it is in right now is not going to be the final one. Gonna need so many orphanages if the pollution plays that much of a role. Maybe we can drive down the life expectancy below 40. I don't know if that's even possible. I haven't really looked what happens if you dunk a residential building in absolute pollution of like right next to a large chemical plant or something like that. At some point there's a limit, like pollution can be 0 to 100%. Maybe that's what happens when there's a pollution spill from like an overflowing waste storage or something like that. Maybe that's the amount of life expectancy reduction you can see happen when the buildings get into 100% pollution. I might have to research pollution monitoring stations to make sure the city stays safe, because that would give us information where we can then more intelligently plan around what we do with our settlement. One and a half hours. I think a direct horse carriage route would be able to get to this, but we'll see. No more dirt road for you. Repair station can also keep the fire engines in its coverage. Very good. You're going to be set to max speed. Even though you haven't arrived here yet, you're going to be super worn out when you get here. Then we'll try and bring... I mean, we can already start bringing workers here, but I don't think the horse carriages have arrived yet. I might need more trains, like... I don't need more trains, I need more people on the trains. The trains are not running with full cargo loads yet. That's what we're trying also to get like a higher population count inside the auxiliary settlement, because we need more workers now. I have a second fire station that I need to run. Not for too long. Once the first house shows up, we probably throw safety caution in the wind and just make people live in that area. I mean, we can already, I guess, start bringing construction materials to certain construction sites. No more searching for buildings. You're assigned to electric substation. That one? No. Wait, which one are you assigned to? Southeast. Oh, the one from the coaling station. I guess that's fine. So yeah, I guess bring the resources to the shopping area. Meat unloading. And then we have to go down here to... Well, no, that's later. We have to go to the first house. So build a footpath. First residential building. And then they will only be able to build like houses basically. They can't help with the construction of footpaths because I don't have a bus stop nearby. Well, technically I do. I don't know. Oh, it's gonna be so annoying that every building is set to 5 workers. But thankfully they're not able to walk to any of them at the moment. So yeah, they'll only have to deal with the shopping center and then whatever construction we throw at them. We might drop in another free bus stop here, and then we can pick up construction workers locally and help build everything up. And when it gets cold, at the start of November, end of October, we can relocate them back to our auxiliary settlement unless everything is full. So we can have workers here during spring to autumn until the heating plant is set up, and then they can stay here year-round and then slowly build everything up. Heating plant first, then water purification, I think. I mean, heating plant with energy, that's like together. Heating plant, energy, arrival in the area with a fire station. Power line. And after that, water production with a sewage discharge. I'll probably build the sewage discharge somewhere here, like this area looks okay, I guess. Water treatment plant. Sewage treatment plant will not be built yet. We'll build that once we hook up running water. Like residential area design, thank you. It's a small housing block for the megacity. One, two, three, four. Well, it was like this before. Yeah, four. One, two, three, four. It was still 4 angles, but I mean, you could place it like this, I guess, and then make this a bit wider. The starting block. Yeah, this is where the megacity will begin. At least that's the plan. Okay, looks like we don't have enough crop transportation. I need to get some more open covered hull carriages. Or I copy all tasks over to you. I mean, you were only supposed to like handle distribution to the gas, like the not gas stations, but the local buildings. All the structures here. We're just gonna send everything over except one vehicle. Crop gas, yep. We need more workers inside the auxiliary settlement so that more people arrive here by train. I mean, I can assign more workers going onto the train platform to try and balance this. Let's do one test route. You will wait once until you at least have some workers, and you'll try and transport them to this bus stop. We'll see how far you get. Based on that, we can set up a bus platform or not. If it gets there with at least an extra hour, we might not do any changes. If it gets there with less than an hour or it doesn't make it, we'll have to place more free bus stops and deliver them earlier. Oh, that is that took all the new arrivals away, basically. Make sure the fire station is like staffed. Not the bus stop. Fire station, other buildings. I mean, there's no other buildings, I guess. The fire station is the other buildings. So 1 hour. From here across the bridge, 1 hour. 2 hours, 3 hours, it's not gonna make it, or it's gonna take longer than 3 hours. I don't think it's gonna make it. So we'll build some more bus stops and unload them somewhere in this area. I think that would be the safest. Because there will be construction vehicles heading through this area that will slow down the bus route. So I want to make sure it has enough buffer for that. Okay, sure. I don't know if I can place the footpath through that area, but we'll see. I cannot. Let's build it like that then. Now we can unload them here. I'll be fine. Doesn't have to do the whole trip afterwards. And we can slowly fill the area with workers. Yep, and there they go. Didn't make it. I don't want to wait here until I have some people loaded. That's just going to be a simple bus route back and forth with some horse carriages. Could build a horse end station, it would be quite quick to build. That would do some line balancing, I guess, but I don't think I need that right now. Just run 2 horse carriages for the time being and see that you can maybe transport some workers there. And I'll see that I can get some more workers onto the train platform. That's the bus platform that is working our incinerator. You're gonna send excess workers to the train platform, I guess. Any worker you don't know where to go, send them to the train platform. They're probably gonna get picked up by the train. It'll build up a pool of workers over time, if we are actually transporting them correctly all the way. And then we have 3 bus platforms that they'll pile up in. And they'll stay here until we either pick them up with a horse carriage or assign them to build something up for us. Shopping area, arrival of resources by train, 1 residential building, food, meat, no alcohol even, not even water. Not even a clinic. It's gonna be absolutely atrocious living here. Thank you for arriving here with your 65% loyalty. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hello, Kelly McGilrath. Welcome. So population growth is still going, even during winter with the pollution. Okay, it's starting to slow down end of December again. Yeah, these barracks, they look okay if they're in the middle of housing. If they're next to other things, it looks kind of weird to me. Unless they're small, but these structures are not that suitable for barrack-style housing, I don't think. Even health is still at 80%. Do we have free flats? Tons of them. In this area where life expectancy will drop below 50 years, we get so many free flats. There, 49 years of life expectancy. We never have all flats filled. Somehow the ones between the two heating plants are always open. Well, the two heating plants plus the industry in the area. So short. Once the megacity center has a stable population with all the basics, which it will not have in the beginning, water, sewage, heating, electricity, full shopping center, alcohol, culture, etc. The next goal then would be a construction sector that also makes concrete and asphalt locally by train delivery of bitumen and cement. I don't think making my own cement plant makes sense at the moment. $39 tons of cement is just a lot. Something mysterious happens? Yeah, no idea. But maybe the extra orphanages will solve it. Seems like they're helping quite a bit. I think I'm gonna have like 4 of these. I mean, life expectancy over here is also 53, but those are doing fine. This one's at 57, 63. Once we start going towards 50 and lower, it's a bit bad. They just need vitamins, that's all they need. Vitamin gummies. Maybe I need another passenger train. They're so expensive though. Let's bring up the minimum loyalty requirement to 50. You're gonna be at 55, and we're gonna get you out of those houses. There. Resetting our students. They can study if they have more than 50% loyalty, and they can move into the student hall if they have more than 55. Am I going crazy, or are you losing population? This winter I'm not losing population. It's trying to make me lose population like before, but this time we're holding pretty steadily. It's at the last couple 2 months before pollution starts receding again, but yeah, we're dropping it a little bit. But it's not as bad as previous winter. Yeah, one large orphanage every 1,000 people. Maybe that's how we have to build it in the megacity. Which is gonna be brutal. But it's basically like a all-inclusive building except the school and university, I guess. I had a rude joke, wanna hear it? I mean, it's only gonna be in chat, I'm not gonna read it out loud, I guess. Mega Monkey will get to decide if it's too rude or not. I also have to go get some food, I'm getting hungry. I want to take my break, and we're probably going to play either Outbrook or Cairn or both or something of that nature. Oh, Mega Monkey's ready to hear your joke. Let's hear it. Receiving just like a hairline baldy. Got him. Oh god. I think Mega Monkey's in shock. Oh no. Well, I can still touch my hairline, so it's fine. You monster. I don't think my hairline is receding, but hard to judge. I think it's receding a little bit, but not that much. Not as much as your chance of seeing some Anno 1800 on this channel again. How about that? Something mysterious happening on stream. Get it out of your system after that stream? Oh, okay. I did enjoy it. It doesn't have high priority. I'm still annoyed at the Ubisoft launcher whenever I see that thing popping up. But yeah. I mean, I still would play Captain of Industry before Anno 1800, I think. But maybe if like I need something chill, then that would be okay. Because going from Workers and Resources to Captain of Industry is like no reduction in complexity, I would say. What's going on? What did you... Oh my god, you stupid moron. You are not supposed to do that. Stupid idiot. So... that was fun. Okay. And then the train couldn't leave from the customs house, I guess. I'm sure it's not gonna happen again. That's how we solve these things. It'll be fine. It happens so rarely. Basically, I would have to prevent the train from... Well, I did say I wanted this to not be a thing, I guess. How are we accessing this? We're not even going through this area anymore. So just prevent any train from going through here right now, I guess. Then it's not gonna happen anymore. Could demolish it, but I might need that path again in the future. Well, let's start building up the residential building. They're not gonna have a fun time living here, but it sure will make construction a bit easier. We need the shopping center, and that's all they're gonna have, I guess. Not even alcohol. Although I guess we could give them an alcohol kiosk. They could drink themselves towards happiness, I guess. Just temporary alcohol kiosk until we have a proper building for that. And I'll arrive here by train into the warehouse. And that'll be that. Those two horse carriages running are going to put like some strain on our crop supply for the horse feeders. Hopefully not too much. And they're also going to reduce the amount of people working in the fire station potentially. Hopefully not a problem. Could be though. But yeah, I think I'm going to put a cut in here for today. We're actually building the first structure, the first permanent structure of the MegaCity 19 Center now. I've assigned it at least for resource deliveries. This building is the permanent one that we are going to keep. Everything else down here is temporary. To feed them, to give them alcohol, to provide fire protection, initial rail delivery. Just so we can start having workers in the area and start building up more stuff. We're naming it number 1. I'm going to put a transparent on top of it that says number 1 once it's built. How about that? And I guess we can put number 1 on it too. There we go. I'll also refresh my loans so I don't forget about those. Well, 1 loan. It's not looking too bad. Our loan capacity is growing faster than we're taking out new loans, I guess. Still a bit dangerous though, but what can you do? Let's take out 2 billion, repay that one. And we'll just sit like this, I guess. Now repay like 1 million. There. Alright. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope next time we will have our first people living in MegaCity 19 Center, which is going to be very, very miserable for them, the way I have envisioned that. But I guess that's like a maybe like a taste of what's to come. We'll see. I'll be taking a break. We'll see if I can. Once I'll be back, like how long it'll take, 1 to 2 hours. I usually think about. And yeah. Let's see who we can raid. How about Decipher? Decipher deserves a raid, I think. Making music, let me take a quick listen. I think he's going to switch it to some Soviet-style music once we do the raid. I did have the recommendation on Soviet Wave for him. But first I'll have to type his unraidable username. Oh god, come on Decipher. Stupid underscores. Alright, let's see how it goes. If he has any music for us, that'll be fitting. If that sounds interesting and you want to listen to it, please stick around, but if not, that's fine too. I'll be back in 1 to 2 hours after taking a hopefully deserved food break. And when we come back, either Cairn, maybe some more Outbrook first, because I really enjoyed chasing around tornadoes. Or maybe something completely different, like Tower Networking Inc. I don't know yet. Till then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.